meeting.
Don't wait for the winter, man. Tell you, at least 2 days of it.
Hi. I'm sorry? Your bag is ready. Yay! All righty. Thank you. That's okay. No. All right. Oh. Okay, is everybody ready? All right. Good evening and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, February 18th, 2025, and it's approximately 6:30 in the evening. And as you can see, all council members are present with the exception of Councilor Bradshaw, who let Dr. Caldera and I know that he had a commitment this afternoon for his work, so he had to leave town. So we will put him on for the next City Council meeting for an excuse. So, with that said, I've asked Councilor Benny Martinez to please lead us in the pledge, if everyone would please stand. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And those of you that are regulars, either in our chambers or online, you're saying, this isn't Art Rodriguez, our city attorney. I'd like to introduce Christina Demers. She is taking Art's place this evening since he had a conflict in his schedule. So welcome. We're glad you're here. All right. Agenda item number 2, citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens who'd like to address the council? Please come forward, state your name and where you just generally reside, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Olga Salazar.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I live at the Villas of Leon Valley.
Okay.
The senior community there.
Yes.
And I just want to bring attention to a little situation that has been happening, and I just want to make sure everyone knows. At 9 o'clock in the morning on Sunday morning on February the 2nd, we were about to leave to go to church, and we observed 3 dogs outside, not on a leash or anything like that, outside of and I happened to be right outside of our apartment. I happened to be very afraid of dogs. So I went and told my husband, I said, you need to hurry up and come out because there's dogs out. There's a dog out here. I only saw one. Then I noticed right next to that one dog that was just sleeping real comfortably that a partially eaten deer was right next to it. Then I noticed 2 other dogs. And all 3 dogs appear, I don't know, I wasn't there, I didn't see it, but it appeared that they had killed this animal, this deer. They're wild dogs. Nobody had a collar on that I could see. I have pictures of them that we took. I did call the Leon Valley Police. They told me that there wasn't going to be anybody to be able to pick up anything that day because it was a Sunday, and I understand, but they still did it. Somehow they came and they picked it up. By the time we got home from church, it was gone. And so, you know, it was a little uncomfortable knowing that you could have some, I don't know if they're wild dogs or what. It was one that looks like a German Shepherd, and I have pictures of it. Another one looked like a little Doberman, and another black and white one, all medium to large dogs. Okay. Last week in the field right in front of St. John's, behind that little stone building that's in that corner of Evers and Hebner, I saw a lot of buzzards out there. And I told my husband, let's go look to see what that is, because we've been concerned about the possibility of these dogs being, you know, preying on these deer. And sure enough, it was another dead deer, partially eaten. And I called the non-emergent police department from Leon Valley, and later on that day, they came and they removed it. Yesterday, again, I saw another dead carcass almost in the exact area. And I know it wasn't the same one because they'd already picked up the other one. And it was in the same field, same situation. And I just want to bring to light that there is a problem of loose deer. I don't know if they're a pack. I don't know if they're really particularly dangerous to anyone except the deer. But I do want it noted. The police department has to have had some type of report because I made a report on all three.
Okay,
I
very
reported it.
good.
And so I
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, Olga. We do appreciate it.
thank you.
And
So if I could
Dr.
get the
Caldera?
pictures of the dogs,
Yes.
because if they're the same dogs, I think we picked those dogs up already.
Great.
So I don't know, the dead deer, we're having issues with dead deer because of the development going on, so they are getting hit unfortunately, but they do go into the clearings and pass away. And then animals start to eat at them.
the buzzards.
The buzzards
Yeah,
and the dogs, raccoons, anything else that is in the natural area. We are having an increase in wildlife being hit, unfortunately, because we have a lot of new development, and so we're rustling things around, and so they're going into more populated areas. And we do have a little bit of poaching sometimes that occurs, and so unfortunately, that does lead to dead deer that
Okay.
other animals pick on. So if you can give me those pictures of the dogs, I can confirm whether or
We
not
appreciate
picked
you
them up.
bringing this to our attention. Thank you so much. All righty, you we appreciate it. Yes, sir. And if you'll state your name and where
Sure.
you reside.
My name is Danny Bocanegra.
Yes.
5203 Dove Nest. I live just down the street, in San Antonio, though.
Yes, sir. Danny Bocanegra.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor,
Yes,
City
good
Council,
evening.
Manager. Thanks for allowing me this opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here on behalf of KXTJ 96.9 FM. It's a strictly non-commercial, non-profit, community-focused radio station dedicated to serving the residents of Leon Valley with music, local information, and vital safety announcements. And we've got a weird ask for you tonight. We are requesting an in-kind donation of space on the Leon Valley water tower to place a small radio antenna that would allow us to better serve our community. Unlike commercial radio stations, which are driven by advertising and lots of profit, our station is solely is to benefit the public. From broadcasting important public safety messages on issues like the dangers of drinking and driving, distracted driving, and emergency alerts, to providing a platform for local voices, culture, and events happening throughout the city. Additionally, we would love to partner with the city's communications department to highlight events happening throughout Leon Valley, helping to promote civic engagement and local activities. This partnership would not only enhance public access to information and safety messages, but it would also reinforce the city's commitment to fostering well-informed and engaged public. We would also like to rebroadcast the city council meetings on perhaps Sunday mornings. But we deeply appreciate your time and consideration tonight for this request. I know it's a kind of an odd request. I've been going back with
I think there'll be a process, and so
Yes,
let me
so-
ask the manager, because
Sure.
it's not
So
just,
there, there is a section of our code that deals with adding towers to our water towers. You would have to go through that process first. And so then we would come to the council and request whether it's a variance or to allow space or to enter into an MOU of some sort to allow it. I would also have to defer to the attorney, depending on what else you're broadcasting on your channel, like if it's majority like Christian. There's a separation of church and state. So I don't know all of the regulations and don't pretend to know all of the regulations that would allow that in regards to a partnership or not.
Right.
And so I would need to discuss that with the city attorney. And so I do have a letter that was forwarded to me by one of the council members. And so I will reach back out to you with their section of the code. But yes, you have to get all of that information filled out, submitted to planning and zoning. We would go through the process like if you were a regular vendor, and then the council would determine whether or not they would like to extend an in-kind portion of that to you.
Okay, yeah, that'll be fine. I know that there was a really tall tower on Callahan and Bandera that belongs to the city of San Antonio, maybe 150 feet or more high, maybe higher than that, but because of our limitations on the encroachment on other radio stations, we couldn't move that far. But anyway,
Well, as I always say, it never hurts to ask.
well,
We can only say no.
That's why
but
I
we
came
might
here
say yes.
this evening, where it's either a yay or nay. I've been talking to Councilman Martinez. We've been kind of having sort of a small dialogue. He's into radio as well, and I'm in the IT field for public safety for San Antonio for fire and PD, and he's
Okay,
also in
very
the
good.
the field. So we've been kind of going back and forth. But thank you very much for your time. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here this evening. Yes, Ms. Martinez, good evening and welcome.
My name is Pat Martinez. I want to tell you something that happened to us over the weekend. A neighbor of ours that lives on the corner of Rue Sophie and Red Jacket came by and talked to us, and that a policeman woke him up. I don't know if it was Sunday morning or Monday morning, one of those two, at 4 o'clock, banging on his door, and he didn't know what was going on. And he was there to tell him that they were people walking the streets with the guns, checking cars.
Really?
Now, this is really scary. I mean, it just, and I know the police know about it, but I was kind of afraid because, a lot of them go to the cars without guns, but
Right.
with guns, that makes it a little bit more, worse. I don't know if I'd have to talk to the police about what we can do about that. But I was wondering if, we used to have neighborhood watch. I just wondered if that were something that we could do again, or what we would need to do.
I
Or
think
So
it's still
it's on the agenda.
ongoing.
It's on the agenda for the CPAC discussion to bring back more of like a citizens watch group. It's on for discussion at the CPAC. So feel free to go to the
this
CPAC.
month or next month?
No, it's in the next one is in April.
April.
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing about it with Citizen Watch and your current concern wouldn't change anything. People can still walk the streets. You can walk the streets open carry. You can have a weapon on you. They have to be caught in the act of trying to do
But
something
he has
illegal.
all these people on film going to.
Yeah.
There was two on each side of the street, and as they rolled up Rue Sophie, the car was following them.
Yeah.
And you can see he has cameras.
Yeah.
They were carrying guns when they were looking at the cars.
Yeah.
Now, if you think someone's going to steal your car, what would we do?
You call the police. You call the
They
police.
would be gone before then.
Right. You call the police, you give a description, and we try to catch them. I mean, you don't confront them. If they have a weapon, you should be calling 911. If you see somebody, especially on your cameras, if you see somebody with a weapon trying to break into vehicles, you need to call the police. And hopefully the police get there. We've got a pretty good response time. Hopefully our police will get there.
Right.
But
in
I
time
was
to
just
catch them.
wanting people to be aware, like you
Thank you
had
for
in
telling
the
us, Beth.
paper, that we get to lock your
Lions roar.
doors
Yeah.
and don't leave nothing in your car that you were,
Yep.
don't want to get stolen. But sometimes they'll open your car door whether it's locked or not.
Yep.
So just want to let me, that's
Well, thank you for
Watch
bringing that to
people.
our attention.
And then if you have videos, we do post them on our social
not us,
media.
the
The gentleman, you can always tell them if he wouldn't mind giving us the clips. We do post them on our social media account to let people know. We did it with St. John Baptist. We posted their video. We're hoping that social media reaches those kinds of criminals and they know that we're putting them, hopefully they're scared that they'll get caught if we put them on our social media accounts. So we do put them to make y'all aware. So just let him know they can forward us those videos and we'll be more than happy to post them.
Okay.
And we can add it to the agenda for the CPAC.
Okay, that'd be
Okay.
great. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, very good. All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right. Seeing no one, then we will go to presentations. And at this time, I'd like to announce that presentation 3.1 will be postponed to March the 4th, 2025, so that Mr. San Miguel will be able to be here in person. So we move to presentation 3.2, presentation and discussion on the approval of the annual comprehensive financial report, that's ACFR, for fiscal year 2024. And we have Debbie Frazier, CPA here, who's our auditor. This has been working with you for many years, and so she's about ready to tell you our financial status of our city as of 9/30/24, right?
9/30/24,
All righty.
yes. I would
Welcome.
like to thank the city, but especially Carol. She did a lot of work with us and probably was ready to wring our neck at a few times, but we did request a lot of information and she provided it. And I also would like to thank Councilman Campos and Mayor Riley, as well as the city manager and finance director yesterday met with us and went over that report. And that's always a nice thing to do, just to have a point of contact and be able to discuss items with any auditor. So I would suggest you keep that practice up. So I'm trying out a new audit highlight worksheet. If you remember from the prior years, I kind of had a little spiel that went on, and I tried this out with another city and they preferred it. So I am going to, you're the second guinea pigs. So hopefully I'll get a little feedback on that. The first item, you did receive a clean opinion. This means that after adjustments, your financial statements are fairly stated and materially correct. We had no material findings. We did have one suggestion. It is not written in the governance letter, but I do want to tell you about it because you were giving money to the LIFT fund, and in your documents you require that they only pay principal. So there was no documentation from the LIFT fund back to you to ensure that they were only paying principal with no interest. So if you ever decide to do that contract again, I would input something in that contract so you would have a guarantee that the interest was not being paid. Okay. If you go down one section, you have your general fund trends. So I've put 22, 23, and 24 in there, and I just want to point out that in 2024, you had $12,972,663 in revenue. You actually had budgeted $13.5 million. So you came in under budget by $615,854. And the big difference there was in grants. The total expenditures you had budgeted were $13,263,499 compared, I'm sorry, that was what you spent. You budgeted $17.8 million. So you spent quite a bit less. And if you look on page, well, you don't have to look, I'm going to tell you. On page 57 through 60, if you look at the budget to actual, you'll see that fire protection, you had actually budgeted to spend $362,000 and you only spent $90,000. So you had an increase in budget there of $272 that you didn't spend. And then Parks and Recreation, you also had budgeted to spend $2.5 million, and you only spent $162,000. So that was another additional expense that you didn't make of $2.4 million. So if you look at your little spreadsheet, you'll see that your change in fund balance was 1.2 million positive, and you actually budgeted for a loss of 3 million. So the two items that really were not finished were your park, hike and bike, and then some of your fire protection. Those were the two largest variances in your budget. Last year, your beginning fund balance was $8,236,887, and you actually had an ending fund balance of $9,493,669. And we had a lot of discussion about this yesterday. So I want to point out that $2,661,000 of that fund balance, that's restricted for various items. Parks and Recs, PEG fees, your commitment to disaster relief or emergencies, and then tree mitigation and replacement and economic development. So your total unassigned fund balance was $6,832,000. So that's available to spend next year, but I want to point out that you increased your disaster emergency fund by $250,000, so you would want to reduce that fund balance by that. And then you also committed to the fund, the hike and bike, and that's about $2.5 million. So you've used some of that fund balance for the next year. And if you want to commit something on your financial statements, I'm suggesting at the end of the year you prepare a resolution by the council, or have the city manager assign those funds. And that's kind of the proper policy that you guys have in place. So anyway, you ended the year with 6.4 months of general fund balance that's unassigned. Your proprietary fund had total revenue of $5,933,000. Compared to last year, you were up about $500,000. And then your total expenses, you had $3.4 million compared to $3.1 million last year. So you were slightly up in your expenditures. You had other sources and uses, and this is primarily transfers of funds to the general fund from your water and sewer fund. And then you transferred $1.3 million, and then you had a transfer in of $316,000. So your change in net position was $1,485,495. And so that increased your beginning net assets by from $12.5 million to $14.1 million. You had long-term assets, and I just kind of put in a little spreadsheet there so you would see how much of that is actually working capital. So you have $14 million, but $10.9 million of that are assets. So we took that out. And then your long-term liabilities we added back in. And then you're restricted for specific things like customer deposits was $1,776,000. So you actually have $3.6 million for working capital in the next year. Your other fund balances, this is basically just telling you comparatively from the past 3 years what you had left, and if you have any questions on those, I'd be glad to answer them. The real highlight here is federal state forfeitures have gone up from $290,000 to $1,058 in the course of 2
1
years.
million. Mm-hmm. 1 million. 1,058,000.
Oh, $1,058,000. Sorry. So that's a positive. Street maintenance funds have remained from 1.8 million to 1.8 million. You've kind of went down about 70,000. Your disaster emergency fund has remained at $1 million, but you increased that at the end of this year, which is a very good thing since, a $1 million doesn't go far. in a disaster, so.
No, it doesn't, yeah.
Do you have any
maybe.
questions? I'd be happy
so-
to answer them.
So I just had a follow-up. So even though we show 9.4 as an ending fund balance for 2024, when you go through your spreadsheet, we actually are looking at 3.618 million.
So the
Because everything
3.6
else is committed.
No, the 3.618 is your water and sewer fund.
Oh, that's water and sewer.
Yeah.
Oh,
So if you
okay.
go up
I'm
to,
sorry. I
it's
didn't see
on
that.
page 19, but the synopsis is your ending fund balance is 9.4 million.
But we talked about that, about what is the actual, what do we actually have in the general fund?
So in the
So-
general fund, you had 9.4
Uh-huh.
million, almost 9.5 million in ending fund balance. And then 2.6 or almost 2.7 of that is restricted for a assigned fund balance, which is your tree mitigation of 391,000, your economic development of 925,000, your disaster relief of 1 million, and then PEG of 332,000. And then you had some other minor ones of 7,237. So that leaves you with 6.8 million unassigned, but you actually have committed some of those funds in your 25 budget because you have the hike and bike trail, and then you increased your disaster relief fund
Right, for
by
250.
250,000. So really, you know, you have
Right.
probably about 3 million.
3 million, okay, so.
So we
we're
did
not-
just so we're clear, me and Carol did the math, taking into account the hike and bike trail and your rest of your capital, and it's 4,005,671. And I sent you the email earlier, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. Is the hike and bike, is it 2.4 million that we?
Yeah, so it's, you got to
thought it
account
was-
for, you have to account for the grant, all the engineering and construction
Okay.
all at once because it's a reimbursable grant. So you have to budget it all in.
Okay, even though we're getting money
Correct.
back?
And
Okay.
and we do have it on the revenue side as well, and so that's why we account for it.
Okay, that's what was confusing to me, because I thought, wait a minute, we didn't pay 2.4? Okay, very good, thank you. Mr. Campos, do you have any questions? And thank you for meeting with us yesterday, and it's still like a foreign language, you know? It's still very complicated, but it's much better. Okay, go ahead.
Fraser, thank you again for meeting
Yeah.
with us yesterday. We had we had some questions that we had for you and Carol and the city manager. We've got everything resolved. We had some edits to the final audit, so great. I'd also like to, at this point, thank Carol on the condition of the records. Carol, you did an excellent job. You know, from accountant's point of view, there was only, I think, only 12 journal entries. That's outstanding. You know, if you're an accountant, okay, you understand what that means, and that there's no corrections that you're making. So, great job on that. So I just wanted to highlight that. Thank you, Carol. You know, it is quite fascinating when you look at this and you see the ending fund balance and you say $9.4 million. It says, boy, we got a lot of money. But when you drill down to it
That's
and
what we
start
were doing.
taking everything out that's already committed or assigned, that's what we really have to work with. And so I just want to point out to the citizens out there listening to this that there is not $9.4 million that we're going to be drawing on for future budgets. Some of it is already committed. So again, thank you for you and your firm's job on this audit report. Thank you.
Yes, all right, anyone else anyone in our chambers have a question or comment for Debbie on the audit, or Carol? Okay, sounds good.
So was the spreadsheet better or worse? Just.
Y'all prefer PowerPoint or do you like the spreadsheet?
Well, I guess I got confused with proprietary, you know what I'm saying? That's what I got confused with. It's water, hello. Let's just put water in there next time, please, you know,
I'd
that
rather
helps
have
me.
a PowerPoint myself.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, well,
Yeah,
Because these numbers, I mean, you see all of these and they kind of like, what do they all
Blend
mean?
together.
And then when we start discussing them and they start going from the 9.4 to all
had
of
another
that,
question.
it's difficult for everybody to understand. And I'm just trying to make sure everything can be well understood in the simplest form. But
I
that's my
had
opinion.
one other question. That was the 23 to 24, the total revenue, which our property tax is in there, right?
Yes.
So
Are
is,
you talking about?
from the 13 million
What page, Mayor?
Oh, it's on her summary, right there.
Oh, 13
Yeah, we're going on your summary. Okay, 23 was 15.215, 24, 12.972. Is that reflective of the 20% exemption
Yeah.
reduction?
Well, you're.
Partly, yeah, I just want to,
Yeah, so,
how it impacted our budget, so, that's all. I just wanted, in my mind, is that why it's lower? Because you saw, in the 15
the
line.
reason it went to 13 million, to basically 13
Yeah.
million is because you didn't receive $1 million in grants. But your
Okay.
property tax is stagnant now.
Okay,
You know, it's not going to probably move in the general fund from 5.4 million unless you have a lot of development.
which we have it, but it's not, as the manager says, 3 to 5 years, right? So we won't realize.
Yeah, last year your property tax for the general fund was 5,450,281, and this year it was 5,464,437.
Okay.
So it was a $14,000 difference from the prior year. That's not a lot.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
So, but there's a lot that's in that revenue that, except for, not just property tax, a lot of other things that generate the funding.
12.
Yeah, the 12 million. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, there's
Great.
multiple things. And that again, if you want to look on page 57, you can see the budget to actual, or the final budget to actual, and the prior year, and see where your gains and losses were, because last year you had 3,883,000 in sales tax, and this year you only had 3,767,000 in sales tax. So your sales tax went down, your franchise tax went down.
Right. I thought I was glad that you pointed that out, because that was very, very detailed, and you could really see where we didn't spend in personnel or supplies or contractual, but yet we, and sometimes we were all over, but overall, we were in the plus,
Yes,
So,
yes.
yeah.
But again, because you budgeted for two
Yeah.
projects that really weren't done,
Right.
so.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Debbie. You must eat, drink, and sleep numbers in your head all the time, right? But anyway, we thank you so much. You're good at what you do, and we appreciate it, and we're glad we got a clean report. All right. Thanks again, Carol, as well. All right. Okay. So then we're going to go on to our announcements. I'm not sure who all got this, but I got from the Bexar County Office of Emergency Management this afternoon, a flash report, and I thought I'd just read it. We are going to have some very, very, very cold weather tonight, and the weather remains stable right now, but late tonight an Arctic air mass arrives, bringing multiple days of cold weather. Strong wind gusts of 30 to 40 miles per hour will occur tonight and Wednesday morning, will bring the wind chill down to as low as the upper teens. A hard freeze is expected Wednesday night, and more wind chill values in the teens through Thursday morning. A slow warming trend begins Thursday night, but a light rain is possible Friday into Saturday, and temperatures will rebound back into the 70s into the weekend. This is South Texas, right? So anyway, so just be safe, and what do they say? People, pipes, pets, and there's some plants. There you go. So protect all that, but again, be safe. So thank you. I wanted to read that. On February 27th, the city manager and I are going to meet with Judge Sakai, and we're going to be hopefully continuing to partner with the county on how we can work together. And I did hear from, I didn't get a chance to tell you, Dr. Caldera, but Dr. Robert Reyna called today, and he will be at that meeting. He wanted to just kind of see how the unsheltered pilot program was going. And so anyway, that was a positive. I was glad to hear from him. Earthwise Living is March the 1st, so that's in a couple of weeks. And there is a correction from what's on page 2 on our agenda. It's 9 to 1, not 9:30 to 1:30. So, and if any of the council members would like to be present, I'd love to introduce you. Please be there a little bit before 9. And I shout out to the Earthwise Living Committee for their hard work, as well as Krista Miranda, our staff liaison. I think we have some really outstanding, well, lots of good sponsors, vendors, food booths, and door prizes and entertainment. And we are going to have the SA3 recycling there for you to take all sorts of stuff. And I think I've put it in the Lion's Roar, and I'll put it again on the letter this coming Friday as well. The door prizes, we really worked hard, and we've got some Spurs tickets and a parking pass, Missions box seats, rain barrel, and composters, gift cards. We have 5 $100 HEB gift cards that we're going to be raffling off, and lots of gift certificates to eateries, hair salons. I mean, the committee has really been working hard. So anyway, rain or shine, we'll see you there, and we're looking forward to a really good 35th annual, so I can't believe it's been that long. Please mark your calendar for April the 8th, which is Tuesday at 6 p.m. It's the Volunteer Appreciation Dinner in the Conference Center. We don't have it announced yet, but I wanted at least the council to know, and anyone else who's a volunteer that's either here or viewing online. So our next agenda is March the 4th. And this is a pretty light agenda, but the managers guaranteed me that March the 4th is going to be a little bit heavier because we have a lot more to address that was not ready tonight. So anyway, but thank you all very much for being here. We appreciate it. And is there any other announcements? Yes, Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem Campos, you're next.
So, Mayor, I'd like to inform our council members here as well as our audience online and that are here in the chambers of a passing of a longtime Leon Valley resident. His name was Mr. Luis Garza. Mr. Garza lived in Monte Robles, and he was a resident here of Leon Valley. 63 out of the 73 years that Leon Valley has been in existence. You know, he lived a long life at I calculate 99 and a half years.
Wow, that's
he was
amazing.
a World War II veteran. He's a graduate from Texas A&M from the class of 1950 with a mechanical engineering degree. And that was some doing back in those days, in 1950. He raised 3 children in our community. I believe they all did go to Marshall. They were Luis Jr., Garza, Oscar Garza, Leticia Garza Ramos. So he lived right off of Redbird, and he's certainly going to be missed.
Well, thank you for sharing that. Yeah.
Also, I'd like to thank our city staff for all the hard work that they do and that they're going to do in this cold weather. So I want to acknowledge that. I do want to let everybody know that Public Works has, again, already received a $1.3 million grant for some water main improvements in El Verde Road, and bids are expected back sometime in April. And then the fire department has asked that if you have a fire hydrant in your residence, please make sure that there's clearance in 3 feet in all directions around that fire hydrant so that they can use it in the event they need it. And then they're also looking for non-perishable food, dry goods, diapers, and formula to replenish their community care box. And lastly, I know that the police department has a lot of statistics and it's hard to, summarize them very quickly, but I do want to just acknowledge the library. They have a number of programs, and please check the city website. The library has an excellent website that demonstrates and communicates what programs they have upcoming. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes, Ms. Heil and then Mr. Martinez.
I want to remind everybody that you can track what mail's coming every day And all you have to do is sign up through the post office with USPS.com, and they'll send you a picture of every piece of mail that you're going to receive that day. So if you're expecting a credit card or whatever, you'll know it's there. And it actually works because I do it, and I find out what mail I'm getting. So it's worth something to do.
Okay, thank you for that. Those are good suggestions. Mr. Martinez.
Just to let people know that the Northwest San Antonio Chamber is meeting tomorrow at, BB's Tex Orleans on 151. And they're going to have, the guest speaker is Christy Walston, Chief Development Officer for Project Mend. Project Mend gets medical equipment that people don't use anymore and donate them to veterans or people that need them. So that should be an interesting topic to discuss tomorrow at the luncheon.
And they're one of our vendors at Earthwise. They're recycling. That's what it's all about, or so partly. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Did you have anything,
Well, just
Mr.
very
Roscoe?
briefly, I spoke to the fire chief, and working in conjunction with the CPAC, he's willing to give a presentation on maybe twice a year on how to prepare for the heat, for disasters and stuff, and close to the winter, what to prepare for the winter, how, and certain things like that. And I thank him for wanting to do that. I'll work with the city manager and our CPAC to see if we can get him in there to do that.
Good.
Other than that, stay warm.
Well, I was going to say, and then we can invite our citizens to go to those meetings because it's all
yeah.
really, really good information.
It makes a difference when
Yeah.
they show up. We had an excellent meeting last time, as you know that.
Sure.
So.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate that. Okay. Dr. Caldera, you're next. What is on your topics this evening?
So my city manager's report is online. I emailed it to you, and it's also outside in the foyer if anybody would like a hard copy. I do want to congratulate the library. They have received again their Library Excellence Award.
Oh my gosh, that's great.
So I'll send you all the information on that, and of course we do typically present that award here in council chambers. So as soon as we get that, we will do that. Just a reminder, if we're still soliciting a little bit of feedback on the park master plan. So if you haven't taken a look at the park master plan online, if you don't have comments, speak now or forever hold your peace. So I told Melinda I would remind y'all.
She had the deadline of February 15th, so she's extending that?
Well, it's not really extending it. I'm just giving y'all, the council, one more opportunity.
Okay, very good.
So if
Thank
you
you.
have, anything remaining that you would like to say, I don't want to miss anybody because I hadn't received any emails or feedback from anybody in regards to the park master plan. And so I don't want it to come when we're getting ready to present for final approval. And then we have all of these comments at that time.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
And then I want to wish the fire department good luck. They're currently recertifying their entire EMS program. And so we're just going through that process. So we're wishing them luck on that. And then just to let everybody know, Mr. Santos, Gilbert Santos, that was in charge of animal control and code enforcement, has officially retired. His last day was last week. And so we already started interviews today on animal control and code enforcement. And so we currently only have one animal control and code enforcement officer, Elijah Ledesma, and so just please be patient with us. The kennels have been installed at Public Works, and so if you haven't had a chance to go by there and take a look at them, they're nice and they're ready to go. I did send y'all pictures and an update
Look
on
real
animal
nice.
care services. Yesterday, I think I sent it in my city manager's report, so if you don't want to go by there, you can take a look at those pictures I sent there. Other than that, that concludes my city manager's report.
So you did decide to keep the 2 employees for code and animal,
I'm
not
waiting
one
to
and
see
one? Or-
how the interviews go. So if I
Okay.
have one that's stronger in the interview process in one area than the other, then we may go that
Okay.
direction. If I get somebody that's strong in both, then I'll keep it that way.
Okay, I was
Thank
just
you.
curious.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Appreciate that. All right, consent agenda number 6, 6.1 to 6.4. Is there anyone on the council that would like to pull for discussion? And if not, may I have a motion?
I so move.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to approve consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.4 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Moving to agenda item number 7, our regular agenda. It is a first read, so we will not have a vote this evening, but we can decide if we want to move it to the consent agenda for the March 4th meeting. So let me read it. Presentation and discussion of an ordinance amending Chapter 6, Health and Sanitation, Article 6.05, Smoking Regulations to incorporate electronic smoking devices, ESDs. And again, our first read tonight, and we have Ms. Huerta, our Planning and Zoning Director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome. So glad to see you.
Great to be here.
Wonderful.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
You bet.
Yes, this is to consider amending Chapter 6, Health and Sanitation, Article 6.05, Smoking Regulations. The summary is, should City Council consider amending the smoking regulations ordinance to include electronic smoking devices, also known as ESDs, and more commonly it's for vaping. You have the option of approving, denying, or making any other suggestions. This amendment will benefit the community by prohibiting exposure to secondhand smoke and vapor from the electronic smoking devices. This article was adopted in 2008, and it provides for smoke-free air in public places. Our current code only addresses smoking from combustible smoking devices, which include cigarettes and cigars, and not the electronic smoking devices, the ESDs. In 2014 is when the ESDs, such as e-cigarettes or vapes, entered the market, and they quickly became very popular with teens and young adults. This amendment would include ESDs and prohibit them in the same areas where smoking is currently prohibited. The amendment would not become effective until 90 days after the adoption of this ordinance. So it would give people the opportunity to, especially for the signage. The changes that are included in this proposed ordinance amendment include adding the definition of electronic smoking devices. It adds a requirement to include ESD icon on signs along with the traditional cigarette icon. Both icons would be enclosed in the standard red circle with a red bar across them. Also, as part of this amendment, we are removing the age statute. The current ordinance states that person's age of sale at 21 years, but the state law already references that age of 21. So the proposed amendment would omit any age reference. It's just not necessary.
Okay.
This is an example of the signage that will be required at establishments like restaurants or places of employment where smoking is not allowed. They would be required to place these signs to advise the public. Many tobacco and vaping products contain harmful chemicals which can damage lungs and affect brain development, and this is especially troubling for young people. Texas state law applies to purchasing vapes by dictating the age restrictions and applies fines for purchase, use, and possession of vapes by people under a certain age. This amendment restricts vaping in the same places where smoking is currently prohibited. Restrictions and penalties for vaping are the same as smoking. And this amendment does not change any of those current rules. There is no fiscal impact to the city other than possibly sales tax. And staff is recommending approval of the ordinance amendment.
Okay, so you said something about restrictions and enforcement. What was that? There we go. Penalties. So for vaping, is it just please leave my premise if you're vaping? Is that?
It's just certain areas.
Is there a fine or?
Well, there are fines.
Okay.
Just the fines aren't changing.
Okay.
It's what's already in our ordinance.
Which we didn't go over. That's why I was asking. Okay, very good. So I don't know how prevalent this is, but I guess it's pretty prevalent, isn't it? I mean, it's
Yes,
kind of
it
like
is.
a new thing especially for teens or young adults.
Younger crowd.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's just since it wasn't included, I guess it was a loophole since
Well, yeah.
ESDs weren't included in the smoking ordinance, is to make sure that everyone understands that it's considered smoking.
All right, okay, well, great, thank you.
And then, oh, I'm sorry, yes, that's what I was going to say. We left off the 2 council members that supported this item.
Yes,
And so we'll make that
Mr.
correction on the
Martinez
next
and-
agenda. And it was Mr. Campos.
And Mr.
Was
Campos,
the
okay.
second.
So thank you for bringing it to, I was thinking about it, it's 11 years since 2014 that it took us to include vaping. I mean, you just, so anyway, thank you, really
Well,
appreciate it.
I
Yes, sir, go
saw
ahead.
San Antonio just passed
Yeah.
the ordinance, and that's what brought it to my attention that
Very
we should
good.
follow suit.
Okay, yes, Mr. Campos.
Ms. Huerta, again, thank you for being here. You're fairly new, right?
Yes.
And thank you for being here and choosing Leon Valley as a place to work. So I have a question on, are there penalties for the businesses if they do not display these signs in their establishment?
I hadn't thought about
Yes,
that.
at the section 6.05.01, it's at the very top, and it's included in your packet. It's just the penalties that were already in the ordinance,
Okay.
and it includes for each violation, it's $25, not more than 200. Second conviction is 50 or more, then
And that's for the establishment owner?
For not
let me see.
displaying the
Let me go to
Yeah,
that section to see if there's any others.
Okay, for not displaying the sign. I missed that. Okay.
Okay. In section 6.05.008 that talks about distribution, display, and sale, let's see, no, it's not that section.
Oh, there's posting of signs.
There's the penalty violation, Mary,
Mm-hmm.
requesting.
Yeah, Mr. Campos, yeah.
Yes.
So is there a penalty to the establishment?
Yeah, it was.
Is that the 2,000?
Um,
Or is that for the?
Penalty is for the person violating.
Right, that's what I thought. And then
Yeah.
how long if there is, how long does the businesses have to update their signs?
we are stating
90 days.
90 days from the adoption of this ordinance.
Okay.
But nice catch, though, on the next one, we'll add penalties for violations.
Okay.
I mean, maybe not extensive
Right,
violations.
yeah.
Some
Okay,
sort of-
but thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So if it's the consensus of the council to place it on the consent agenda for the next meeting?
Yeah, that's fine.
All
I got a
right.
question, though.
Yes. Oh, you had another question. Yes, sir, go
Hi,
ahead.
Ms. Huerta.
Yes.
And section 6.05 for regulation of smoking food establishment. On A, which is a food service establishment that has an indoor or an enclosed dining area shall provide areas for both smoking and non-smoking. It doesn't, and maybe it's just the word shall. It's not necessary for them to provide for smoking and non-smoking, or do they have the option or to provide that?
The way I interpreted it is that it has to be, it can't be like an area where everyone can, where it allows smoking and it doesn't provide for a non-smoking area. So I think
Go ahead.
I would interpret it to mean if you don't have a non-smoking area, you wouldn't be able to allow smoking.
Yeah, I guess it gets into interpretation, or you're going to have to provide this and stuff, but you don't.
No.
You don't, and that's all I was worried about. Other than that, yeah, I'm totally in agreement with this.
But did you want to address shall? Shall is you have to, is what I always. Go ahead.
It could easily be interpreted that the way that section is worded, a food service establishment that has an indoor or enclosed dining area shall provide areas for both smoking and non-smoking patrons. It could be interpreted that that establishment has to have both types of sections.
Right.
So it might be worthwhile to amend that to make that an optional choice for food establishments, that they can provide smoking sections if they meet certain requirements. Just to clarify, so that that doesn't come back in any kind of negative ways.
Okay.
So we didn't
Yes.
touch the smoking ordinance, we just amended it to include the
Mm-hmm.
vaping section. So that's been in there for a little while. So just wanna-
Okay.
But we'll go ahead and make that amended change. Would you like us to put it on the regular agenda for further discussion? Or is it consent still okay?
I think we're okay
Okay.
for consent. We just need to clarify that, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you for that. Do appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Huerta. And this will be placed on the consent agenda next meeting. All right, agenda item number 7.2, and we will vote on this agenda item this evening. Presentation, discussion, and possible action to authorize the city manager to expend funds from the Economic Development Department and Stormwater Fund in the amount of $17,500 for maintenance of Zarzamora Creek. We have Roque Salinas, our Executive Director of the Economic Development Executive Director, here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. So the item before you is a budget item. There is funds in the item and the budget for drainage cleanup, and we're throwing in economic development funds to assist with this program to have a better impact on this. The topic we're discussing is the Zarzamora Creek, which is in front of the HEB behind the School of Technology. Yeah. And so what we're looking for is an approval, denial, or recommendation from the council to allow us to expend money to hire a private contractor to basically maintain this creek more frequently, as we are receiving a lot of complaints from the businesses. Number one, we are receiving a lot of complaints, or we're getting a lot of calls about homeless people being in the brush and throwing things in the creek. Number two, and it is also a waterway issue, because if the grass is too high, then the water floods, cannot pass through all the way through it and get the water out as needed. And so we have a kind of combo effect by the lack of maintenance on this creek, and so that's why we're here. So like I said, the creek is having those three issues. The legal owner is a corporation that's no longer in business, and so we have a hard time getting into contact with them. And so that's one of the reasons why that it's not maintained privately. It's not owned by the city of Leon Valley. I know that Melinda has recommended multiple times that we go ahead and start that condemnation process so we can get possession of that and just put it in our regular routine cycle. Aesthetic-wise, from the economic development standpoint, right, you don't want certain things. Like you heard at the town hall, it looks bad. Businesses are not happy with it. They've told us about it for many years, and so they're coming to the table and saying we need to get this addressed. And a lot of your businesses are over there, right? You have HEB, you have a school, you have Office Max or Office Depot, a gym, and so you have a lot of patrons that come in at all times of the day, where it's also creating a health and safety issue where people are, in the creek in the area at nighttime. And so it's not a traditional 8 to 5 use that we have there. It's a round-the-clock area, and so it's creating a problem for them from a health and safety and an aesthetic way as well. And so they want to address that as well. You have the school back there, like I said. You also have a Mace Place, so you have a lot of children establishments that cater to children. And so that is also a concern to us as well, that we have homeless people literally backing into those establishments. And the school has a lot of their soccer fields, playgrounds, literally abutting into the fence line of that area. And so they have had reports of homeless people kind of lingering in that area, and they don't feel comfortable with the children around there. And so that's a safety concern. And so they really feel that they need to, if they can get that creek down, it would make a safer place for the children. As far as the drainage concern issue, so we also need to maintain it. It is a waterway, and so we have a certain status, a certain stormwater status that we need to maintain, and so we also need to maintain that creek for waterway efficiency. We currently do maintain this creek twice a year, just because we don't have enough public works staff members to do it, and so we come and cut it in February when we do Basura Bash, which is on Saturday. HEB's been a very good partner with us. They have volunteers out there cleaning. And so that will be cleaned to this weekend. We'll have our public works staff go out there and cut the grass. And then we'll have a cleanup crew with Tiger Sanitation volunteers and pulling everything out of the creek. However, it's a one-time-a-year thing. And so by March, April, May, we're back to the same boat because we don't have the staff to kind of go out there and maintain it. And so by the time our staff goes back out there in August, that creek has been up, and that cleanup is not being very used properly because it's only being cleaned up one time, and they're not following up on it as they should. TxDOT did come out and cut it because the water is saturating under the bridges and it's creating a foundational issue. And so TxDOT came out in December and cut it because on the Bandera side, where the gas station is at for HEB, there was erosion. And so TxDOT had to reinforce it with stone. And so they came out and cut it. Mm-hmm. That's why it's cut right now. But it was high prior to them cutting it. And so for us, we're going to maintain it again. Right now, this week, we'll go out there and cut it. We'll cut it again on Saturday. But if this does not pass through, then we won't come back and cut it again until we have an opportunity, which probably won't be into the summertime. The grass is very, very tall, especially during the growing season in the spring, and so that's when you have our problems come up. And so in the winter, it may be dormant, but come March through August, that's when we have our growing season, and that's when we have a lot of the creek being high and creating a lot of problems for us. And it's also causing problems with the homeless people. And so I know we're being proactive, partnering with, partners of Haven for Hope, but the individuals have to accept the treatment and wanting to go for their stuff. And so a lot of them are not doing that. City staff has been proactive in demoing the Comfort Cafe, where a lot of the homeless people were kind of going in there, starting fires. The Sonic Restaurant, the old Sonic Restaurant, they migrated to that area. The old vet hospital on the corner of 410 and Bandera, all those have been demoed in the last 18 months. And so as we were demoing them, they were jumping from spot to spot, creating more problems, fire, drug use, and just using that space for other things. And so as the city was being proactive and trying to alleviate that problem, we now have them going into the tunnels and into the creek where they're having more issues. And so we believe this is the next step to, one, help us out with our homeless issue, two, at least appease the businesses so that they can feel more safe and have the residents feel more comfortable that the creek is being cleaned up, and three, that the waterway is being used and cleaned up effectively so the floodwaters can actually drain where they need to go. The area that we're looking at is right about here. So this is a picture when it is cut. I went back and used Google Maps, and I basically placed the Google Map guy right in front of that gas station on Bandera Road. You have 15 businesses in the area. These are your 15 businesses that are directly impacted by this creek. That means they're right on it. So if you look at, I went back 10 years, and so the data's on the top. This is the recurring theme over the last 10 years. This is what your creek looks like. Every single time the Google car passes, you have the creek being overgrown. Sometimes it's higher than others. Every single time it's becoming a nuisance. So this right here is when 2011, when TxDOT reinforces, you can see it's flat, and so the water should go through. This is in October of 2024, if I'm not mistaken. You can see the water starting to stagnate. Mm-hmm. And so TxDOT will have to come back out here and redo this bridge because it's starting to erode away. The water is not going all the way through. And so again, I just wanted to show you guys that this is what your creek looks like. This is what the businesses see every day. This is what their residents are seeing every day in front of HEB. HEB gets a lot of calls about it. They can't do anything about it. They call us. We're not owners of it. So this is us being proactive to help the businesses, hopefully help out our homeless community kind of spread out a little further out, and just appeal more to our businesses to make sure that they feel safe, welcome, and the aesthetic of the city looks good as well. Again, Stormwater Maintenance Fund, this is already fine. The Economic Development Fund, we do have a lot of money in here for the projects. I would take $10,000 out of that. We can do about $17,500. I know that the businesses are interested in contributing to some of this so they can add more cuts. The way this would work is that we have a contractor. We've kind of had bids, and this should be between 9 to 11 cuts. So it just depends on how tall the grass is. If the grass is high, like you see in these pictures, you're looking at probably about a $3,200 cut from the very top to get it all the way down. But once you maintain it, you're looking at between $1,400 and $1,600, depending on how much trash it is. So the first cut is always the most expensive. However, TxDOT did it for us, so we're good. We just need to maintain the current level of it. And so we believe we can get between 9 and 11 cuts at $17,500.
That annually?
No, we wouldn't. So it would not be an annual program. It's as needed. And so 11 cuts would be excessive in a year. It would be too many. And so we would probably do about 5 or 6 a year.
Okay.
And then spread that out over as many, however many cuts we can get.
5 or 6.
So typically what you're going to see is in March, we'll go out there and cut it in March. We'll go out there and cut it in probably April, May, June, July, August, September, and then we'll probably do one in October, November, because that's when the grass starts to dormate with the cold. And so we won't go back out there until probably again in February, especially with the cold. So we're looking at about 5 or 6 cuts, depending on the temperature. If it's warm and wet, then it's going to grow. If it's cold or just dry and no water and hot, it's not going to grow. But it just depends on what the weather is like. So we believe that this probably can last us between 18 months to 24 months at this rate.
18 to 20. Yes. And you might be getting businesses to contribute more to it, so it'll extend the program.
We should get, we're not expecting a large amount of money, but we are expecting maybe 1 or 2 possible more cuts to come out of it, which is still a good amount of money. We have asked to the businesses in the area, but I just want to ensure that, and they've had to their corporate people, and their corporate response is, that's a waterway, that's the City of Leon Valley responsibility. They should take care of it, and we're not contributing to that. However, we have received a few interested people that are willing to contribute specifically for that, and so we'll have outside conversations with them, and if they wish to donate or make a contribution, we have told them to put creek cleanup, and we will make sure that money goes directly to the creek cleanup, so they know that those funds are there. Okay. And if they want to pay for it themselves, they can, but it's probably better if they get it with us because we're paying for a package together.
All right, sounds good.
The STAM recommends the approval of the request, and that is my PowerPoint.
Okay.
Mayor, I do want to make one point there.
Yes.
So we did follow the code enforcement process.
Okay.
Like, we're not just going on somebody's private property and cutting. We've sent certified letters. They're non-responsive. The letters get returned. So we've gone through that process in order to be able to enter this property to maintain it.
What property does the owner own? Because you're saying that, I thought I heard you say that we own the creek.
No.
Right?
Do not own the creek.
We do not own
so
the
then,
creek.
But you said the creek is our responsibility.
No, he did not say any of that.
The maintenance of the waterway.
The
maintenance of the waterway is by state, by text, by what it was in
the stormwater. So in order for you to keep your stormwater permits, we're supposed to keep all of our creekways clean. One of the reasons we do sewer bash. And so every so often when it gets overgrown or there's a lot of junk in any of the creeks that we have, if the city owns them, we go in and clean them. That portion of Zasamore Creek we do not own. And so we always send letters for them to come cut. The letters get returned. We go through the process just like on any property. If they're in violation of the code, we give them so long to get it cleaned, and then we don't hear from them, then we're able to enter that property.
Okay, but who owns it?
It's a trust that has been defunct. And so it's basically a non-owner that Melinda has come to y'all in the past to try to purchase the property. I don't know how much, what it would cost, if there's liens on the property or what it is, or even if it's worth us picking up that responsibility, to be perfectly honest with you. But it is basically in a trust that is no longer in existence.
Okay, but you said condemnation was one of the options, but why not just put a lien on it? Like we always do for other people's.
You'll never get your money back.
We'll just wait in line.
It's an unbuildable piece of property. It's not like Comfort Cafe or somewhere else where somebody can eventually come in and rebuild, and you would get your money back in this regard. That creek is, nobody's going to build there. Nobody's going to buy it. Nobody wants to water away. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Very good. Mr. Orozco.
That answered my question. That's where I was going with my questions. I mean, what's the appeal of buying a creek?
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
so the lien will exist
but I can
forever.
see where we're obligated to clean up, since one of our biggest businesses is
right there.
HEB is right there. And I'm sure the sales tax that we get is sufficient enough to us paying $17,000?
17.5.
$17.5.
I don't see where we really have much of a choice since our businesses are around there. At least 80% of our businesses there, right? Because
Not
half the block down
80%,
is San Antonio,
15
right?
businesses are in the area.
There's 15 businesses in that shopping area where it's.
They belong all to Leon Valley?
They do. They all belong directly to Leon Valley. Yes.
I don't see no other choice, but, you know.
Agree with you. I think we need to help out, definitely.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, thank you so much for those comments. Yes, Mr. Martinez, go ahead.
I agree with this moving forward, but my big concern is if it's in a trust that doesn't exist anymore, I think we should start the process to condemn it and have the city take ownership of that property, because we're spending city money for a property that we don't own, even though it is an eyesore, and I agree with that. But I think we need to put a nail in the coffin and start the condemnation process so the city will own that. And then I've got no problem with this. The second I have a question about is, he said if this $17,000 will go for not this fiscal year, but even into next fiscal year.
18 to 24 months.
So shouldn't we limit it to just this fiscal year and then bring it back as a line item in next year's budget?
All right,
So why are we,
So I can answer both of those questions.
Go
So
ahead,
the first question
Dr.
on the
Caldera.
condemnation, if I get a second on that, I will more than happy look into that process. So somebody want to second the condemnation? Okay. And then second part to that, when you sign agreements with people, you get deals. So if I'm signing for 11 cuts, I get a better deal than just signing for 3 or 4 cuts. And so it's a very easy process. We just tag it as a rollover line item, and we just roll it over. Not a big deal.
I'm happy with that.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Campos.
So, Mr. Salinas, this is a well-explained presentation, and thank you for that. I'd like to get an estimate at what it would take and what are the steps in this condemnation. And I'm trying to figure out, okay, if you condemn it.
What are the benefits?
Well, do you come up with a fair market value of this property, and who would you pay? And I don't know if it's for our attorney or.
I'll speak to this because.
Okay, go ahead.
Where I was working prior, I handled all our condemnation. So this is a little different, and I would need some additional information on it. That's kind of odd that a private owner owns the creek, which typically be a drainage way for your city. But yes, you can condemn it. You would have to give fair market value. There's an appraisal process. Chapter 2021 of the Texas Property Code sets out all the steps you have to take to condemn a property. You first have to do what's called a bona fide offer. And that is where you're getting it appraised, making an initial offer. There's certain statutory timelines, and you make a final offer. And then you would actually file a case in court. So there's some steps you have to take before you get to court. But not having if it's a defunct trust, there's ways around that. I mean, sometimes you have to actually go to court to get possession of a property because there's no owner to make an agreement with. And this would probably be one of those cases where you have to do that, but there's ways to do your due diligence that you have found, did all your work to find the owners, and it may be that they are now just individually offered without knowing more of the background on it. But you can condemn it. You'd have to establish your public purpose for the condemnation, but it can be done.
Okay. And then I was thinking, as you were explaining this, that it has an impact to the TxDOT bridge. So I'm wondering if TxDOT would be willing to provide a grant to help us on this condemnation process, because it is affecting their infrastructure.
No, TxDOT probably all they're doing is they're just throwing stone, and I took a picture of it because that's what they're doing. They're throwing stone and limestone on the eroded area to make sure that the bridges are secured, and so the water doesn't erode. They do that probably every 12 years or so. They're doing it right now, I think, on Bandera Road, on this creek, on this Bandera Bridge right here next to the shopping center. And so what they do is they clean out all the whatever it's there. They throw in whatever mixture of dirt or gravel or whatever, and then they throw stone on top of it. And so that should alleviate, make it flat, and have the water pass through. The most that TxDOT, because we didn't know that TxDOT was out there. We were surprised when we had a meeting with HEB that the creek was cut. David Demeline, I asked him, did you cut the creek? He goes, no. Did you cut it? No. Okay, we asked the guys who cut the creek, and they were working out their TxDOT. And so TxDOT will have to do the other side of the bridge along 410. I don't think that they're in any interested at all in owning that creek or putting any more money in it than they need to. They're perfectly fine, in my opinion, paying the $1,500 to $3,000 to cut the creek for them to have enough work. They didn't even have to honestly cut the creek. They just needed access to 15 feet to do their work, but they cut the creek all the way down. And so it's a question we could ask, but it's not something that I would get high on.
Right. I think it'd be worth pursuing, even if they contributed to our 17,000 fund to keep this going, whatever they could contribute. But they're one of the players in here from what I heard through your presentation.
Yes.
So very interesting, and I'm supportive of this.
Okay.
Yeah, they can only say no, right?
Right.
I have one more.
Yes, Mr.
I don't see
Orozco.
it being advantageous for us to own this property. The liability in the future, I think, would be detrimental to us, just like the creek that we have by the park. You know, erosion's going to happen. It's going to be a flood. They're going to blame us. I'm okay with being obligated to clean it up, to take care of our business owners, but I don't see it being advantageous for us to own it. But yeah, I mean, let's look into it, see what we find.
Okay.
And go from there.
I'd like the pros and the cons.
And so that'd be in the next.
What's the benefit to owning it versus not, and how costly? How much is it going to cost to condemn it, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think we just need some more information.
Okay.
Personally.
On your dais, there is a letter from the School of Technology who could not make it today.
Oh.
They submitted it today around 4:30, so if you had a chance to read that, great. And then I also have HEB here, a representative from HEB, who is also willing to make a statement if you all want to do that. But they're also here in support of this project, which obviously it impacts them directly.
Okay. Well, this is only for maintaining Zarzamora
This
Creek.
is only for the 17,500.
The 17,500.
The
We're not doing condemnation.
No,
We'll have to
no,
bring that back.
That is a
So,
complete, whole separate process,
so
presentation, and Melinda I'll have Melinda bring that back to you.
So anyway, so as far as, I don't know if you all want to hear from the HEB representative. Yes, ma'am, if you'd like to come and state your name, and I assume you work at the HEB right there, Marketplace. Hello, and how are you? And it's your 120th anniversary. We see this on TV, and you're giving away groceries. Anyway, and we appreciate HEB's support for Earthwise Living as well. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
You bet. And your name?
My name is Jennifer Villarreal. I'm the operations leader at HEB Marketplace.
Okay.
Otherwise known as San Antonio 30, Corporate 262. Here tonight to submit a statement on behalf of our store outlining the concern that we've been challenged with for quite some time. We would like to request aid from the City of Leon Valley in having the portion of Zarzamora Creek adjacent to our property regularly maintained to mitigate any potential sanitation and health issues, discourage loitering, and keep our community safe. Throughout the year, the grass grows to an average of almost 5 feet tall. It encroaches on our property, oftentimes with trees also leaning into the property. The grass and creek become polluted with litter. When it rains, the runoff remains stagnant for weeks and becomes a breeding ground for bacteria and pests. At HEB, we pride ourselves in providing a safe environment for all of our stores, and that's inclusive of our parking lots. We even allocate hours each day to clean up what we can by picking up the litter along the property line, just in an effort to do our part. But this becomes extremely difficult when the creek tunnels become a shelter for the homeless and also a hiding place for illegal activity. And this operates right next to our store, our family-friendly shopping center. And right across the creek is a middle school, directly impacted by the presence of those criminal activities. This activity presents itself in increased theft and disturbances on site. Oftentimes our customers do complain to us. They'll even call Leon Valley PD, and they will show up on property before we even had time to hear from the customer themselves. We even see it present itself in the type of litter that we encounter each day. Apart from the regular trash, it includes, and it's not limited to, stray bullets, drug paraphernalia, and embarrassingly enough, sex toys. This is not okay, and it should not be something our partners, customers, and their families should be exposed to each day. We recognize that homelessness is a very complex issue, but so are its effects on its surrounding environment. We strongly believe that maintaining a clean and orderly environment can help address some of the associated challenges this area creates. We would appreciate any support that the City of Leon Valley could provide to increase the maintenance in this area with scheduled cuts and cleaning. We would also like to contribute towards the cost of a cut that was previously mentioned, if that helps to begin
that'd
this
be
process.
great. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll always take your contribution. Thank you.
Thank
Never
you.
say no. All right. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you being here this evening. And so, are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues or anyone in our chambers? And if not, what's the pleasure of the council on this agenda item? Yes,
Okay,
Mr.
I'd like to
Roscoe.
make a motion that we approve 7.2 in the regular agenda, authorizing the amount of $17,500 for maintenance at Zarzamora Creek.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Martinez to authorize the city manager to expend $17,500 for maintenance of Zarzamora Creek between two of our funds at the city. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you very much. Appreciate you bringing this to our attention. All right, agenda item number 8. Any future agenda items that the council would like to enter, besides the condemnation issue? I think that would be a future agenda item. Anything else? Yes,
I'd like
Councilor
an update
Campos.
on the PEG fund expenditures.
Oh.
And I think we had a plan. Did I see a new truck in the parking lot? Is that part of the
Yeah,
PEG?
so that's part of the PEG fund. It was part of the budgeted items in your capital. So we did get that. We went out for quotes to do the council chambers. The cheapest quote came in at $235,000. So that's not what we anticipated to redo the council chambers. So I am getting piecemeal quotes kind of to see if I can get quotes a little bit cheaper than the $235,000. So that's where we're at currently. But I can certainly provide you an update on those budgeted capital items. I mean, what is it that you're?
I was just curious where we were on the, you know.
That's where we're at. They
Okay.
came in, we got 3 quotes. Cheapest one came in at $235,000. We were anticipating about $150,000, so double what we were anticipating. And so I am working with Daniel to try to see if we can get somebody to do it a little bit cheaper. So.
I don't need it on a future count.
No,
That was.
that's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, I had I had one other thing. It's not an agenda item, I don't think, but I've gotten an email from a concerned citizen about oak wilt, and so I would like to see about us doing either a presentation, kind of like you're doing on the emergency preparedness. I mean, that's an important issue as well, but oak wilt
So Melinda's
is
looking
important
at,
too.
per that email that came through that you sent to us, I forwarded that to Melinda and David. The gentleman that normally does our presentation has moved to Arkansas, so they are looking for somebody to do one this. We do one about once a year.
Right.
At the conference center, and so we're going to get a presentation scheduled in the near future for Oakville.
Okay, I was thinking maybe at our next coffee, or make it.
We're just trying to locate
yeah.
somebody that
But anyway,
somebody
thank you.
educated
I
enough on
appreciate
Oakville
it.
to give a
All right,
presentation.
that's all we need to know. All right, if there's no objection, we'll move to adjourn at 7:51 on Tuesday, February 18th. Y'all take care and stay warm and safe. We are adjourned. Yes.
Yes. Mine was maroon.
I'll let you know by tomorrow.
Sure.
And I'll pay the ticket if I have to. Okay. But y'all have to be with this time. Yeah, but you get there a lot earlier before that, we get
certain cities.
I made
Our condemnations, all our real estate, I did a lot of our land use and development, real estate. I filled in a couple times, our city attorney was out, we had a city attorney and a deputy city attorney and like 4 assistants. And so I did fill in a couple, yeah. So, and we were all very, like, we all kind of, yes, so it's a little different doing more broad work, but it's that way kind of learn more about it. Nice to meet you too.
All righty, you take care.
Thank you. You too. Y'all stay warm.
We will. We are behind, right over here. We're right there. It's going to be colder. I'm going to cut Freddie off because they've been waiting 8 months. And I said, so I said, yeah, I've got a different idea. About whatever.
Big TV there, a computer, right here, show stuff. And then they can use their finger to, people can be able to see it with the phone. And then a big monitor back here, if we do a video conference, we have to be able to see it.
We're talking about putting it into the screen. So you wouldn't. We
honestly didn't think
one back there.
I didn't think of it. The video conference on 40. The audience has to be able to see whoever's on it, and we need to be able to see them.
Right. We have 4 sections.
I can't see that from my I'm sitting there.
You'd be able to see that.
You know me and my
We were so fast.
So we have what is wrong with 16 by 9?
I think there's a size, there's a size in the regulation. I think there's a size.
And I'm thinking they're not doing their job, cannot.
And so I said to her, like, look, and she was like, okay, she took all that. Or to the president of the CEO of the spectrum, she was looking at that, asking, and
Between
not
your
doing
screen and the split.
the next day they called, and like, yeah, we'll get you this.
So I moved this up in line.
Yeah.
Civil is still ahead of us.
Civil is way behind us. Civil bought the equipment, now that they were taking it off.
And so now
They're paying for double.
Because it's like a speaker.
And cable ties, cable, whatever. It's really good software. You'll see the difference.
Still recording. You know,
To me, that is the number. That's what we had. It was just, yeah. I do. We have technically voices. We have the same voice. And that, to me, that is, that is amazing. I was like, oh, so he's writing, he's going to pay for 118. So that's probably 10. We'll still do our general cleanup. Yeah, it is just so bad. Control on all parts of it. So if I had a boost. So, yeah, I mean, and NBC would help on some of that, but to be able just to visually see.
You need a view.
And that's, I mean, that's what I would be really used to seeing the unit for audio and seeing the give and take for the. We have those in there.
Can we put bars? And they're like, no, because you're doing grazing bars and you're packaging lunch. You can't even put bars.
Or any
grading or any
of that, obviously, I mean.
Whoever is controlling this should be doing it. They don't have to be on it.
In there. Be in my office.
Anyway, yes, yeah. It doesn't have to be here.
Okay. That's the whole idea. I could be sitting there, I can sit in a little chair right out there with a laptop.
Okay.
Outlook isn't the same.
I would probably read, if that's something I'm interested in. I wouldn't go as far as Hollywood Park. I would probably go as far as.
Yeah, I should say when the last time it was like that.
So my big, yes, they're gonna let them, but the thing is, all of the affordable housing, all of the requirement sizes are all. They're contributing all of that. Like that to them.
It brings up the little forward stop play in the settings.
Oh, no, outside people.
Yeah, because you can change it from John to Mark to there's a male, female, and a male, and then you can change the speed. And it works in Adobe. And it doesn't work in Microsoft Office. And it works in PowerPoint.
It's immersive.
San Antonio is
Right.
in there too, but.
So I think the engine's there because it's working. Right, and it said, I did the section, it says, make sure you have this, make sure you've done this. Sound is on, I changed sound sources, I don't think.
But you could have PowerPoint,
I'll look, I didn't see,
reading
in the
PowerPoint,
first draft, we did updates on legislation, and I just came back from one, and it
It
has
says
been
it's
pointing
playing.
at the snapshot, but it could
There's
be
nothing.
embedded in something else.
There's no sound,
And I can do, like I said, I can do it in F that has repair. And I got a workaround for it. It works on my laptop. And I can't imagine.
Yeah, but there's one,
Microsoft
you all
program.
have it.
No, I did a repair install. And said, you want to fix it or do you want to reinstall it? And I did it from Microsoft's website on the help section. And it says,
They bring in good money though? I was very surprised.
No, not the HOA. No, not the HOA, the Airbnb. I was very surprised when Chris told me to go get the tack. I said, all right. And so I figured it out. Yeah. So she asked me last, probably like 2 months ago. She goes, did we get that? Oh, yeah.
I even removed the voices.
$7 grand a quarter. And then that's just Airbnb. Because then we went out there, we have nothing here.
There's been a lot of
So first thing it says, and they're like, okay, we'll start with it too. Second thing, it says make sure your software is up to date. It's up to date. And so I think in the third, like I said, my notebook. They outdid our hotel. And so it's the same, bring in an extra if you work on it. $20,000 per year, it's the same login, it's the same. I honestly didn't think they were going to bring it. I thought a repair installation would work. I tried that, then I did the whole install. I didn't gut the system and start over.
That's our only option.
Everybody get the piece before we get the pennies.
Right. Why not?
Well, that's the thing, like, Mr. Mayor.
No, so it has English. Because of what you told me last time, I looked at the language to make sure. I only have, there's a top box and a bottom box. The top box is your primary language. And the only thing that's in there is the default English. They enter the court. Yeah, I think they enter the. Yeah. No, it's just 3 numbers.
Microsoft Office, because
I don't know.
I had one that had English, Spanish.
But the thing was that I've never seen that on tax. I haven't looked. They were always paying the same. I'll look at that.
Yeah, because you could, if you try removing the other.
They do now. That's what the ordinance is.
And see if it fits.
Whatever it is, she said they didn't want to do it until the American business. And so that's what they entered into the agreement for those cities. Okay. I'll figure it out. Airbnb said, thanks, we're done with that. If you show us a law and we're in violation of it, we'll add it. And so we show them the ordinance and they're like, okay, yeah, we'll add it. So, but it takes us to do it to them. This is your pain.
Had to have more than just big screen.